morning, Hockenheim, and welcome to the first dynamic event of FSG 2026. We are lined up here on the infield for the Driverless Autocross. This year we have a slightly different schedule than what we're used to from the normal ways of running a Formula Student competition, and we're starting off strong with the first team out on this track, ready for their lap of the autocross. This means they will get 2 runs for today, or 2 attempts anyway, to complete this lap. Just had to double check my binoculars actually work. This is GFR, car number 137. Thanks, guys. Yeah, indeed. Normally we would see this event a little bit later in the schedule. It is still just going to be scored the same and worked the same as a sort of qualifying for the driverless track drive later on. But yeah, because of organizational reasons, we just see it a little bit earlier in the schedule, this time as the first event. Right, well, I was grabbing my notes. GFR already got set up in front of the starting line, as per procedure. We're always looking from these driverless cars for a couple of things before they get going. We want to see the red light flashing on top of the main hoop, and we want to see the orange flashing lights on the sides of the rear wing and the back of the car. Because that means we're ready to set off. Of course, as always, in any dynamic driverless discipline, the car has to maneuver this course by itself. The teams are free to pick how, so what kind of sensor suites they use, what kind of software they employ, as long as it steers the car. And usually we would expect at least one run to be relatively conservative. That's also what I'm seeing from GFR here right now. Solid performance, aimed at completing the lap as well as possible. So far, staying extremely clean, no cones. That's what we love to see. And now that we've crossed them, we want to see it come to a stop by itself and switch to solid blue. That's a valid run. Congratulations, GFR. Purple time, first time of the day, 49.35, if my eyes aren't deceiving me. We might see them back here for their second run of the day. Each team gets 2 attempts, if they so choose. They can also elect to not run at all, of course. For a second time on the board is what you want. But casting my eye into the queue, I think we'll have a little bit of a break again. We don't have any other cars vying for a run here. That could be based on their scrutineering status. I think when we were walking through the pits yesterday, We talked to a couple of teams that were still missing their driverless brake test sticker, so I would suspect some more attendance here pretty soon.
Yes, just looking at the scrutineering status, there are 9 more teams that should be ready to do driverless events, and those would be Too Fast from Munich, eForce from Prague, Revolve from Trondheim, KA Racing from Karlsruhe, Dynamis from Milan, Chalmers from Göteborg, Aristotle University from Thessaloniki, PWR Racing Team from Wrocław, and University Racing Eindhoven. So, expecting to see at least 9 more teams in the coming minutes and hours, and of course plenty more action to come throughout the day.
Autocross, please get ready. The next legal is being pushed into the queue. We will start the next lap.
And now we have our second team pulling up for their first driverless autocross attempt, car number 240 from Eindhoven.
Yeah, and Yegor, we've been talking to the guys from Eindhoven yesterday. They actually told us that the strategy was to go early in the autonomous event, just set a banker time, and then see whether they need to do any setup changes or reconsider their strategy. And I think it's a good idea to go early and have at least one banker lap. I mean, the track conditions will not change that much. It's not like we're putting out a lot of rubber by a lot of cars. And in fact, the temperature, of course, is going to get higher and higher today. But I'm not sure it will make that much difference on the autonomous competition.
No, indeed, probably not too much of a difference, as thus far from what we have seen in the past years, the driverless cars don't drive quite at the limit, probably, of the car's performance potential. But it might test some cooling systems here and there.
Yeah, if any year, cooling systems will be tested today. Of course, one lap isn't like the most challenging part for the cooling system in these cars. But tomorrow that might change. And that's, of course, on Sunday we will see hopefully lower temperatures. So maybe it will not be a carnage as we expect, but let's see what happens. In the meantime, I think the Eindhoven car is almost about to start the autocross. Looks like the system is on. We can see the blinking orange lights, and there we go. Quite steady start of the track, and Yes, we're watching the Eindhoven car navigate the track. Christian, the official, told me that they actually had quite a nice surprise for the autonomous cars, which is the car is coming up to now. As you can see, there's a little bit of a weird turn in the track where Eindhoven just went. They put one cone deliberately a little bit outside to try to confuse the cars, but both GFR Ravensburg wasn't confused, and now Eindhoven wasn't confused either, so that ploy didn't work out.
Yeah, driving very cleanly indeed so far. Last year, Eindhoven, looking at the results, set a time of 56 seconds on the Driverless Autocross. I think right now, on the first attempt, they might be a little bit slower than that. But of course, the first one could just be a banker lap, a cider lap for the autonomous system. And the true performance of the car might be shown on the second attempt. The car now does cross the finish line and finishes a successful first autonomous autocross attempt. Congratulations, Eindhoven.
Yeah, 63 seconds is a bit slower than what we saw earlier today, but I think the plan works. They have, at least points on the table. Be aware that, of course, all these cars have to pass post-scrutineering, driving scrutineering as well. So the car will be tested by the army of officials that we have here. And they will test all the systems, they will read out all the data, they will read out all the energy used and so on. And then they will say yes or no. So all these times and all these results are not official yet. They will have to be made official by the scrutineers.
And the action is picking up. Already we have team number 3, car number 76 from Karlsruhe, approaching the start line.
Yeah, and this car that we are seeing here now, Karlsruhe, car number 76, it is one of the expected top contenders for the driverless or driver anyway. We've seen them perform well a number of occasions here in the past, so we do have high hopes for this team. And I'm very curious. I know a couple of years ago they were just incredible on the autocross, on the driverless autocross as well. That car was, we mentioned that not all the cars are on the limit. Well, that car was. It was sliding all over every corner, almost full attack mode. It was really spectacular to see. So I'm very curious about the performance today.
Make it wider in a weird way.
And the Karlsruhe team members have stepped away to the safety zone. I'm not sure we have come up with a fun name for it yet this year, but the car has given the ready to drive signal, and it sets off very quickly, very aggressively.
How did Eindhoven?
So, like you said, Mickey, this car driving much closer to the performance potential than we've seen from the other contenders so far. Still wouldn't say it's quite at the 100% peak performance.
Oh. there you have it, our very first commentator's curse of 2026. Not on the limit, well, this was on the limit and beyond. But yeah, it looked really spectacular, at least until the car crashed out. Maybe take it a little bit more cautious next time. But they do still have another run.
I'm not sure if they want to. The rear wing says wer bremst verliert. So he who brakes loses. Well, they lost a run for today anyway. They have another one for the autocross, but yeah, I would recommend just tone it down a little bit. You really want a time on the board for this to score any points.
Yeah, but kudos for trying, right? I mean, it's all about testing the car's limits in the end, and they went at it at first time. Probably the settings aren't even at maximum, but then the car decided to well, do something different.
Yeah, indeed, this is exactly what I would have expected in their second run. I'm also seeing Zurich pushing off of the test track. I hope they join us soon. I would expect similar flamboyant performance from them as well. They've been going really strong in the other driverless competitions this year already. I just came back from the queue. We have Chalmers, Milano, and Tallinn and Wrocław as well at some point. They were waiting for the test area. Lining up right now is Dortmund as well. So quite a few teams already getting ready, hitting the asphalt here just behind us of the dynamic area here. I hope they will join us soon.
And you mentioned a couple seconds ago, Jonas, how important it is to get some points on the board, and maybe just to give a bit of an indication of how the fans and the team members can expect the points to go based on the lap times. We have an, I must stress, unofficial points projection on our little commentary dashboard here. Right now, for the driverless autocross, GFR with a time of 49.35. Of course, it is the fastest time of the day. They would get 100 points. And University Racing Eindhoven, they said a 63.8, and that brought them all the way down to 16 out of 100. So a gap of 14 seconds, and that is a gap of 84 points. So, you know, every half second, every tenth of a second really makes a big difference in the amount of points that you can expect to get.
Yeah, we've had interesting ways that the formulas have changed ever since the introduction of the two driverless disciplines of acceleration and driverless into the main FSG Cup as well. But yeah, this is driverless autocross, so this, just like the driverless track drive, only count towards the driverless Cup results. So yeah, this is a slightly different scoring than what we're used to from the driverless competitions that do count towards the main cup.
Yeah, and talking about strategy, we discussed a little bit earlier. You might have teams that say, well, let's try to find a limit in the first run, because it's always easier to dial down a little bit, read the data, dial down a little bit to see where we could have gone a bit slower. It's always easier to do than taking it extremely carefully and then trying to find the limit. That's what we used to do as drivers as well. Sometimes in the autocross, just take every risk in the first lap, and then you know where the limits are, and then just taking a little bit like a small step back. Well, some drivers found that easier. At least that was me.
I think for driverless might not work quite as well, because as a driver you can still finish a lap even if you spin out somewhere. But if for a driverless car, if they cannot recover, then yeah, you would only have data for half of the lap, and you know what to do there. But maybe still might end up pushing a little bit too hard in the back end.
I do think you've got a point though. They made it pretty far into the run, almost right next to the start finish line. So yeah, sometimes it works if you manage to get most of the way through, and yeah, strategy is always one of the defining factors here in Formula Student. I think we just got a slight woo from the post-scrutiny area here from Eindhoven. They seem to have made it to the scrutineer's satisfaction. That's always a challenge here. Formula student in general, the way it works is you need to scrutineer your car before a run, you do your run, and then after that run you will get checked over for rules compliance again. So yeah, you really need to make sure that your car is as compliant as possible at all times, and yeah, if you fail with the as possible part, then you get at least disqualified for those runs or a penalty applied depending on the severity.
It's free real estate. And now we have the fourth autonomous competitor approaching the queue, the starting point for the autocross event. Car number 160 from Wrocław.
Well, after a little bit of setup time, the team from Wrocław seems to have readied their car just before the starting line. We're here in the last timekeeping checks over the officials' radio here right next to us. I see a red light blinking, so high voltage is live. Now I'm waiting for the orange flashing so that they're ready to go, and then the car should set off pretty soon. Of course, it needs to detect the track by itself and set off under its own accord. We're already collecting a couple of cones on the left, the 2 that are getting dragged under the front wing, 2, 3 more being hit. Of course, this being a driverless event, they won't be reset. For this run, that doesn't matter, but that's an important parameter for the track drive tomorrow, now that they're collecting basically half the left side of the track under their front wing.
Yeah, very, very left-leaning indeed, but navigating overall successfully so far.
Seems like somebody put the wrong calibration factor in for the overall width of the track. They made it further than Karlsruhe though. Into the last couple of corners, ditching a whole bunch of cones. Maybe this might be a record for the most consecutive cones collected. We're coming up on the finish line. Comes to a stop and solid blue lights. Hey, it's a valid run, even though the cone count is pretty impressive. So if I'm looking at the rules, that's 2 seconds per cone added. Make that, what, 50 cones at least? And I think while it was decent pace for a driverless event, I think this will, yeah, of course, send them straight to the bottom of the timing sheet after the cone correction is applied. That's a good thing to point out as well. The times that you see on the board and what we mostly commentate on is pre any application of any penalties from cones, from off courses, from other things that happened in post-scrutineering. So always take the times and the order that they appear on the screen with a grain of salt. The final standings might correct themselves later in the day of the event. We actually do have one more team in the cone, no, not in the cone, in the queue behind us. Trondheim is waiting for half the track to be rebuilt, and Wrocław is yeah, still waiting around the car to fully recover.
So we do now have car number 63 from Trondheim making their final preparations at the start line. Last year they had a time of 43.34. What do you think, Mickey, Jonas? How will they stack up this year?
I mean, I took a brief look at them when they were testing in on the test pad here behind us. It looked promising, but it's always a little bit tough to tell. The cones that are set up here in the test area are tighter. It's a much windier track. It looked solid, and 42 would put them below the fastest time that we've seen here so far from Ravensburg. In other competitions, they seem to have been doing decent as well. So yeah, maybe we're in for a show. We actually have all the cones back in place, it looks like. Nobody else is stacking them anymore. So since we don't have another car in the queue, I think the Trondheim guys have ample time to get everything set up and ready to go. If there were other cars waiting, there would of course be the time limit set up for them that they would have to get ready within. But yeah, now we can take all the time that we need.
Well, just as you say that, there is now a car rolling up in the queue, car number 42 from Prague. But again, given that it's not a completely full queue, it's just the one car at the moment, the judges might be a little bit more lenient with how much time they allow each team to prepare. So the scrutineers and the team members have retreated to the safety area in the middle of the track, and the car should be ready to set off.
That's a happy ready to drive sound. Orange flashing light means we're good to go. That's the autonomous system being engaged, of course. This looks like pretty solid pace. I would call this pretty much on par with what Karlsruhe was trying. Nice and quiet. Couple of cones collected there on the left side. One is now sucked under the car. One more yellow cone. Last corner. And we're across the line. Please come to a stop. Yes. Solid blue. That's a valid run and a fast time. 28.97, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. Hey, that's way faster than last year.
Indeed, 15 seconds faster. A couple of cones, of course. I think we saw 2, so that would be an extra 4 seconds on top. But even with that, a very healthy lead at the top of the timing board right now.
I think there's 3 missing. So I think I see 2 blue ones missing here on the furthest point furthest away from us, and 1 more yellow one that got knocked out of its box here. I think 1 is even still trapped under the car. So yeah, call it 6 seconds more, unofficially, of course. And then we should be good. I'm seeing that actually the cone count, or preliminary cone count, I guess, is also up on the board. And for Wrocław, they actually counted 82 cones. So I was way off with my 50 estimate. That's pretty crazy. So while Trondheim recovers their car from the track and the officials rebuild the couple of cones again, we can check this car out. Number 42 from Prague. This is the car that, depending on which side you look at it from, it's a different color. That's always a great dummy to throw as commentators, because it confuses the hell out of us if the car suddenly changes color. But hey, at least the car number is always the answer, number 42.
And looking at the results from last year, they also set a very competitive autocross driverless time, 28.4 seconds.
Hey, that's even undercutting Trondheim, so we might be in for a treat with this one. You would think that sometimes year-to-year comparisons could be a little bit difficult based on weather conditions and things like that, but I think the one thing that hasn't changed is the track itself. Of course, we had a slight change in procedure with where the party tent for the safety responsibles is positioned and stuff like that. But usually the tracks here at FSG get drawn based on GPS year after year. So at least that point I would consider to be as consistent as possible.
No, and I do remember it was a pretty toasty year last year as well. Not quite as what we are expecting to see today and especially tomorrow. So indeed, track conditions, track layout, very similar. So perhaps not a one-to-one comparison year to year, but still close enough to be able to make general statements.
And just to state the obvious, I think the last time I checked, I saw 38 degrees announced here for Hockenheim today. We're already all slathered up in sunscreen, and yeah, if you're watching this live here in the grandstands or somewhere else from on the ring, you should do the same, and remember to drink enough water. This is going to be a scorcher here the next couple of days.
But speaking of something that has changed from last year, I do feel like the tire wall is a little bit further away, at least from the autonomous track. Because I do remember, maybe it was last year or the year before, that we have had a couple of teams veering off the track and finding themselves in the tire wall very, very quickly afterwards. So maybe they've decided to change that a little bit this year, make a little bit more runoff area to preserve the cars, should that be necessary.
I mean, that's something that we've seen other competitions and driverless disciplines struggle as well, sort of excursions outside of the intended racing line, let's say, not just here for autocross. I think it was Aachen and Kitt that we've seen in the tire barrier with lots of tears over broken front wings and other car parts. We've seen crashes on the driverless accelerations, not just veering off course into the grass, but also hitting pit walls and things like that. So there is a good reason that we see the safety responsible tent here surrounded with lots of tire barriers. We, under the timing screen here, are surrounded by lots of tires, and of course the autonomous system responsible ASR, the dedicated person from the team, is carrying a remote control that allows them to remotely shut down the car. They're not always in time. That's just the reality of racing. Right, we have some motion out on track in the sense that everybody retreated into a safe spot. Very unusual ready to drive sound. Not sure I ever heard that before. And we're off.
A slight twitch to the right at the start, but finding its way further very
Nicely.
indeed.
Yeah, the section where we're driving towards the spectator grandstand has sometimes been an issue based on the sponsor banners placed there, especially for the teams with optical cone recognition. But this is looking smooth and steady so far. Around the last couple of corners and across the line. I would expect a solid blue light, and indeed, we do get it. Valid run at a 32.89. Not quite as fast as last year, but together with the 6-second penalty from Trondheim, I think this is the fastest corrected time of the day so far. Well done.
So the 7th contestant getting ready at the start line, car number 95 from Chalmers.
Yeah, while the team members get situated behind the tire barriers, a quick update on the previous run from Prague. We heard that that was actually counted as an unsafe stop, which disqualifies the run. The reason being that the autonomous system briefly switched between finished and running again after having crossed the finish line. So yeah, Christian, the main official white shirt here for Driverless, had no mercy. That was an unsafe stop for them. Not good news for Chalmers, it looks like. They engaged the autonomous system, as you could tell by the orange flashing, and now the blue flashing means that the car has actually aborted the run, either by a button press from the ASR or under its own accord. But judging by the fact that they were given the go signal and engaged the autonomous system, this is probably their second run invalid for the day. So they will have to make do with the fastest time plus 6 seconds, as you can see on the board already. No, never mind, that was Tron time. Now I'm mixing things up. Never mind the second run. I had Chalmers and Tron time thrown into the same bag. So this was the first run of the day for them. They have another chance. Chalmers will hopefully see them back at some point before the event closes here at 12:30.
And now we can see car number 31 from the University of Munich lining up at the starting area. Last year they set a time of 30.89 in the Driverless Autocross. I think if they can match that performance this year, that would put them right near the top of the times we've seen so far.
That would actually put them on top. Trondheim, of course, carrying some cone penalties with it. And with the Prague run now showing as a DNF indeed, that would be the fastest time. Briefly casting my eyes away from the retreating team members into the test area where Zurich is really gunning it through the test track. So I really hope that we will still get some action from them here in the autocross as well. Munich looks ready to drive sound just going off. We're flashing orange and we're off. Tentative starts.
Picking up speed through some corners though.
3 cones already, couple dragged under the car. Really tight corner here. The trick cone almost got him. Makes the track look a lot wider to the car there. A couple more cones at the very least. Last couple of corners, again 2 more cones picked up on the right hand side, 2 more blue cones sent flying, but we're across the line, coming to a stop. I can't tell if that's a solid blue light, to be honest, from here.
It does look solid blue from where I'm standing. I am hearing a bit of a quacking noise from the car. I don't hear it anymore.
Was that another ready to drive sound? Maybe they will run into a similar issue as Prague with having re-engaged after the finish line.
It definitely sounded different from the sound they had at the beginning of the lap, so it might have been something else. But looking at the time, they said it is a 33.76, which, if you count all the cones for Trondheim, I think should be still the adjusted fastest time. But of course, Munich hit quite a few cones on their run as well. So very, 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 very tentative times that we see on the timing board so far in terms of how they will compare to the final scores.
I think with cones you'll easily be plus 20 seconds, if not more. So, hey, time on the board is time on the board. If they do get to keep it, of course, there's always post-scrutiny that can take you out. But yeah, a run on the board is more important than no run at all.
Indeed, I believe for driverless autocross, just setting a time guarantees you at least 10 points. No matter how slow it is, no matter how many cones you hit, as long as you set a valid time, you do get 10 points. So, you know, at FSG, the winning margins are often less than 10. So every point matters.
no vehicle in the queue.
Yeah, and we have DHBW Stuttgart at the starting line. Team is just preparing the car. There's no time limit for the preparation. There are not many cars in the queue, so that means they have ample time to do all the preparation and getting the car ready, load the right program. So I think it's a good idea to load the autocross program and not the acceleration or skid pad program. Of course, it always needs a bit of time to calibrate everything and getting the car ready to drive. Igor, this team had a 56-second run last year. And unfortunately, we see the car going into some kind of stop mode because the blue lights are flashing. Normally, the orange lights would indicate it's ready to go, but it looks like it did not start, and it's been confirmed by the officials as well. So unfortunately, this is one of their 2 runs. Yeah, and every now and then we see a sort of a ritual dance of Christian Amersbach, who's the main official of this event. Crossing the timing barrier, which is you're strictly not allowed to do. If you do that, a lot of people get really nervous because they have to reset all the timing system as well. But now that the car didn't cross the line, every now and then you see Christian intentionally crossing the beam to have some kind of time registered, at least not a time registered, but register the car on the list. But unfortunately, it's just bookkeeping because the car will have a DNS or DNF behind the name.
Yeah, this year I think is the first year that you can distinguish the responsible white shirts by color. So yeah, the guy in the blue vest is the one to convince about the validity of your run. And yeah, in this case, unfortunately, for Stuttgart it wasn't so. Good news for us, though, is that we have another car in the queue right behind us. Milano has been putting around on the test track for a couple of times this morning already, and now they seem to be looking to join us here for the autocross.
And on the rear wing of the Stuttgart car, we see Alles Fatal, Jonas. Care to explain?
Well, explain is a difficult one, but I think it's just an expression of general frustration about the impact of everything in Formula Student. It's a thing that we've seen time and time again in our time as active team members, of course. Any little thing going wrong can immediately ruin your day, and I think that's a reference to that part. I'm not sure if I can talk about the rear wing quote of Milano just the same way. I think that's less repeatable.
Jonas, ritardo in Italian means delay and not the word that you're looking for.
Okay, well, thanks for explaining that one. They're getting set up, seem pretty calm about everything. Stuttgart didn't have a run, so they also didn't need any post-scrutineering. In terms of other driverless cars that might join us here soon, I already alluded to Zurich really bombing around on the test track. Also see Chalmers still trying to figure it out, and Aachen is one of the teams that we haven't seen here this morning yet.
And just looking at the scrutineering status, I'm not sure which of these teams are participating in the Driverless Cup, but at the very least, they have passed scrutineering. That would be the teams from Lund, Aachen, as you mentioned, Thessaloniki, Dortmund, Sevilla, and Bern. And Milan last year, they also set a successful autocross driverless time. That was a 52.46. So we have seen some faster times than that today, some times that are a little bit slower. Of course, the times that we're seeing from last year, I believe, would already be code adjusted, so to speak. Those would be the definitive final results. But I think Milan in the past couple of years have definitely been one of the more consistent driverless teams that we have seen. So hoping to see some impressive driving today as well.
Yeah, I also recall some impressive chants usually coming from the grandstands. That's maybe reserved for a successful run here later on.
It's something about living on the Mediterranean that really encourages chant creation and chant repetition here at FSG. I think it's definitely the teams from Portugal, Spain, Italy that are always the loudest, always the most vocal team spirit. So hopefully we'll see that continued this year as well.
Yeah, now with the solid orange showing on the Milano car, looks about ready. Also about ready in the queue is Tallinn, who will be eyeing a run right after Milano. We have ready to drive and orange flashing. We're off with a little bit of wheel spin. But we're coming to an almost stop in the first corner already. Mickey, I think you did it. They do not seem to have loaded the right discipline. Of course, that's just speculation on our side. But yeah, that's not a valid run from them. Time is still running. I think, judging by the blue flashing, indeed, this is completely aborted. Yeah, too bad. That's one run gone. They have one more attempt left, of course. Let's hope that they can do better the second time around.
Yeah, the car just went straight on, right? It didn't take any attempt at a turn. It went between two yellow cones. It's just sitting outside the track. So definitely not what they intended to do. So maybe we were right there, Jonas, but let's not speculate too much on that. And we even have a luxury of 2 cars in the queue. So actually, 1 car is not a queue, 2 car is a queue, right? So we have a proper queue.
2 points make a line, indeed. Tallinn is now pushing to the start line, and like I was hoping for and alluding to, Zurich is right behind them. Milano is recovering the car, so we'll have some on-track action momentarily again. Uh-oh, and that's bad news, I think, for Tallinn. Everybody was getting ready behind the tire barriers, and then we went immediately from solid orange to flashing blue. I think that's a similar issue as Milano. No, Milano managed to drive, but who else did we see doing this exact same thing? Was it Chalmers?
I believe it was Chalmers, and I think this is already a 4th or 5th DNS so far. So definitely not a unique issue that we've seen so far.
It is surprising, though. We've seen Tallinn on the test track handling these this driving event just fine, but yeah, this time they really just couldn't get going right away. The only one little thing that is different between the test track and the actual event here is one little radio frequency key that gets inserted into the remote control box that could, in theory, maybe have an influence, but I don't have enough experience with the driverless systems myself to really give you a definitive conclusion on what is happening to these teams. Good news for us as spectators, though, is that Zurich is hot on the heels of Tallinn, eager to get going.
So now we have Zurich, arguably one of the best teams here. Like we mentioned already, winners, previous competitions, winners this year already, in 2 events already. So at least we should be able to get some action from Zurich. And they've been setting the pace, they've been setting the standard last couple of years in the driverless event as well. So very excited to see them run. Let's knock on wood, because commentator's curse has struck already once today. Let's not repeat that.
Yeah, it's still an incredible showing from them this year so far. They were very strong in driverless in Czechia, where I could see them. We saw them here out on the test track. This should be a pretty impressive run.
Do we care to take a wager about what kind of time? We do have a pretty quick lap already on the board, right? So do we take a guess?
I would guess somewhere between 25 and 30 seconds, of course.
Yeah.
Probably closer to the 25 at this rate.
I was going to say 25 on the dot.
Dare I go 24? Yeah, I will go to 24. Just to have a little bit of a competition between our commentating team here.
Right, we're flashing orange and we're off through the timing light. No wheel spin off the starting line, like we've seen from some other teams. The trick corner where the track gets artificially wider on purpose was no issue. Clean runs, 0 cones, and very smooth pace so far. Already at the last couple of corners. Tight one and the wide bend across the line. Now we're waiting for the solid blue light, which we're getting. That looks like a valid run from them. But not quite towards the 24 seconds, 29. Nevertheless, no cones as far as we could tell. So this should still be counting as the fastest time of the day so far.
Yeah, even marginally slower than Trondheim, but as far as we could tell, it was clean. So that means that easily the fastest corrected time of the day.
And there's always the second run to really turn it up still. So still some excitement left in the day, that's for sure. returning for their second run, or, well, first attempt at driving, second run in theory, is Stuttgart. They had some issues getting off the line a couple of minutes ago. They came back pretty quick, no extra runs on the test track or anything like that. Let's hope they can get going this time around.
So Diabavé with a ready-to-drive sound. And unfortunately, once again, the blue lights come on before they have set off. And I believe that would be 2 did not starts and therefore did not finishes for them.
Indeed, that's rotten luck. We can only guess as to what might have happened. There are a myriad of reasons for this. My best guess still goes out to this radio key being just unfamiliar, one of the few variables that you can't really account for during your testing time before you come to the competition. This is being used for radio frequency compliance reasons. You don't really need to worry about that during your normal testing. And outside of the normal hub of a driverless racetrack, there isn't much different. But a team getting ready for their first run right behind Stuttgart is car number 111 from Aristotle University. So we were just consulting the hive mind here a little bit, trying to figure out whether we've seen a driverless run from this team in the past. And what we've managed to come up with so far was that this might be their first showing of driverless action, at least at FSG. So yeah, welcome guys, good to see you. We're all retreated behind the tire barrier. That means we're ready for the button push that engages the autonomous system, which has happened, and we're off, very tentatively, but nevertheless, we've crossed the start line.
A bit of a grind from the rear wheels there, but progressing nicely, finding its way.
Through cones, but still, we're back on track. 3 or 4 yellow cones taken in the first corner. Now we're starting to collect yellow ones in this corner as well. They're all getting jammed under the car, so we might see the car actually beach itself here. Yeah, now we're really veering off track, and rightfully so, the run is aborted. But nevertheless, it was moving, and yeah, deserved round of applause from the grandstand. Good show, and record number of cones collected under the car for this year.
And just looking back, there is positively a queue having formed at the entrance to the Driverless Autocross. I see cars number 95 from Chalmers coming in for their second attempt. They had a DNS on their first run. Karlsruhe, they already have set a competitive time and are coming back for their second attempt. And behind them, cars number 124 from Tallinn, also coming for their second attempt after a DNS on the first try. And a new competitor, car number 46 from Lund.
Yeah, the first run, second run queue system here, of course, trying to ensure that any team that hasn't had a run yet will get one before the close of the event. Chalmers has had a rotten bit of luck with their first run, is now being waved to the starting line for the second attempt. I would assume we see Lund afterwards, and Eindhoven is joining the back of the second run queue, just behind Tallinn.
And I see another car making its way into the queue. I can't quite make out the team number in the glare of the bright German sun, but I think it might be Milano coming back.
Could very well be. Car identification right from the front view of the car is always really tricky, but now I can see, indeed, it's Milano right behind Eindhoven. So yeah, record number of cars in the queue here today. We have 5 cars waiting for their run after Chalmers. Looks like the ASR from Chalmers was stepping away from the car in quiet confidence. Let's hope they can get going for their second run. Here in the officials radio, ask for all stations ready, and they are. There we go, we're off at least across the start line. Slight bit of oversteer into some of the corners so far. Interesting to see from a driverless car. 1 cone, no 2 cones, 3 cones, 4 cones collected here towards the grandstands. But we're keeping going with some more cone collecting, and we're off course. That's unfortunate. DNF for Chalmers. It was looking good for about 2/3 of the way. Good to see you guys driving here anyway, and yeah, better luck for the track drive tomorrow.
And now we see the other Swedish team that was in the queue ready to drive, car number 46, being pushed to the starting line.
Yeah, I think the Lund guys take the cake for the most over-engineered LiDAR mount that I've seen from a driverless car ever so far. It's extremely rigidly mounted, probably for crash reasons.
I think indeed, we mentioned earlier, we have seen autonomous cars take little off-track excursions straight into the tire wall in the previous years. You know, damaged nose cones, damaged front wings. So I think Lund is, you know, has a little extra built-in insurance policy to make sure none of the critical components break should something like that happen.
And I think the other design driver is indeed the impact testing requirements that every Formula Student car has, with all the structures in front of the front bulkhead of the chassis. So on the back of the Lund car it says another bad day at the bad day factory. But no, this so far looks good. We're off across the starting line, but we're off the track as well. That's a DNF, unfortunately. You did manage to break the timing beam, so Christian doesn't have to do that one for you. But yeah, I think maybe they chose the wrong discipline mode again, but and were in acceleration instead. But yeah, the first corner was not a success so far for Lund. While Lund is being wheeled away, another car is back for its second serving of driverless running of the day. Kit is back.
Yeah, and these are the guys, of course, that took a very aggressive approach on their first attempt, the car spinning out about 2/3 of the way through the track. So I'm sure they will have tuned it down a little bit, implemented you know, a couple more safety barriers, so to speak. So let's see how they can do on attempt number 2.
Yeah, we were debating about strategic choices, different approaches to driving an autocross lap for manual disciplines. This is driverless. I think they actually made it more like 3/4 of the way through the track. But yeah, let's hope the last turns of the track prove less tricky than on their first time around.
Yeah, the not cone-adjusted time to beat so far is a 28.97 from Revolve NTNU. So let's see, I'm sure they'll be expecting to get it well into the sub 30 seconds.
That looks like a very confident start to the lap. But it does look more controlled first time around. I think the first couple of turns already looking more stable.
Yeah, not accelerating quite as aggressively on the straights either.
This is the difficult part here, is where they spun out the last time around, but they managed now into the last couple of corners and across the line. Come on to a stop with a solid blue light. Great news. And a competitive, even if not the fastest time, a 30.25. Time on the board is points in the bag.
Yes, indeed, a 30.258, looking at the slightly more extended timing results. But I did not see any cones being touched. I did not see any cones clipped. I think it was a completely clean run. So I believe cone adjusted, this might be the best time of the day.
No, I don't think we saw cones from Zurich either, and they are still a second faster.
That could very well be true. But in any case...
competitive time. Let's settle on that one.
Indeed. Yep. It's just about 1 second between Zurich and Karlsruhe. And we have plenty of action building up in the queue. We still have cars number 124 from Tallinn, 240 from Eindhoven, and 90 from Milan.
And I would also expect Zurich back at some point. I also see maybe some other cars in the dynamic area waiting in the test track queue for their turn, or just for a chance to get everything ironed out before they join us for their second run here.
And just looking at the scrutineering status, again, not 100% sure which of these cars plan on participating in the driverless trophy. Of course, the driverless autocross and the driverless track drive is exclusive to the driverless trophy participants. The driverless skid pad and acceleration are mandatory events for all participants in FSG. But looking at the scrutineering status, we have cars number 17 from Cluj-Napoca, 85 from Formula Student Team Delft, 94 from Esslingen, 99 from Aachen, 154 from Barcelona, 172 from Dortmund, 218 from Sevilla, and 227 from Bern that have passed scrutineering in their entirety and could potentially make their way over to the driverless autocross. I do see car number 63 from Trondheim returning to the second run queue as well.
So yeah, plenty more action to come. Maybe a good clarification, of course, driverless acceleration and skid pad are included in the point scoring for the overall FSG Cup, but you can still choose to forego 150 points out of the dynamic disciplines and eliminate a bunch of complexity from your car.
Which technically applies to every discipline that you do at FSG.
I guess, but once you have a driving car, of course, you might as well drive it around. Tallinn is ready behind the start line. Everybody has retreated from the track into a safe spot. I don't think we have pressed the engage button. Now we have orange flashing. We're off. This is already better than their first attempt, if not by much.
No, very similar to Lund, I believe. They also decided to go off the track after the first couple of yellow cones to the right. So it could be that some sort of cone placement, cone alignment there that is throwing off the optical systems, the navigation systems on these cars. I do see car number 154 from Barcelona in the first run queue, so that will be a new contestant joining us soon.
Yeah, this is a curious case. The cars that have run perfectly fine right behind us in exactly the same kind of environment, with actually really impressive pace. Tallinn being one of them, Lund another, Chalmers was struggling. So yeah, it's a curious case here in the driverless events so far. So Talent speeding it up to get behind the tire barriers that we're also sitting inside of here. Eindhoven is already good to go behind the starting line. Everybody's clear and they're engaged.
Yeah, Eindhoven had a 63.8 on their first run and already looking quite a bit more spry, I would say.
Yeah, definitely a more binary throttle input this time around. Either really speeding up or really slowing down, much less smooth than what we saw from KIT or AMZ. But still, a run is a run. Now coming into the last couple of corners. And we're across the line. And big cheers for that solid blue light. That means the car has recognized that it should finish the discipline successfully. And a decent time of 40.18. No cones, clean run. So congratulations to Eindhoven. They're also being motioned along by the officials, since we do still have a standing queue. Car number 154 from Barcelona is joining us.
Yeah, it is a bit of the perennial FSG queue situation that no cars show up for the first 3 hours because they think the queue is empty, there's plenty of time to go. But of course, every team thinks that at the same time, and then they all show up in the last half hour. And quite often that does lead to the last few or the last many teams in the queue to not have enough time to get a run in. So to the teams that are still hoping to get a run in, who have passed scrutineering, don't wait too long.
We do have just over 50 minutes remaining in this event here, and there's 2 cars still waiting behind Barcelona here, who of course got priority for their first run of the day over the cars that we've already seen on track here once. Yeah, we're just hearing over the radio Christian calling up the next team, which is Milano. Now that there is a queue, the time limit imposed by the rules applies. We're not giving the teams as much time as they want to prepare at the starting line. And indeed, while this does not count as one of the attempts of Barcelona, they did take too much time in front of the starting line, and another team will be given the priority. They will be able to return to the first run queue, but yeah, other runs will happen before them. Right then, all set for the second attempt of Milano. Barcelona is already safely off the track, which is a good thing. Everybody behind the tires. And we're good to go. So if I recall correctly, this was roughly the point where they struggled in their first run. And right as I say that, we reach the point where they struggle in their second run.
Unfortunately, it seems the computer said Mila no.
Yeah, that's too bad, the DNF in their second run as well. Of course, we have more driverless disciplines coming up here this afternoon. It's going to be driverless skid pad in the very spot that is occupied by this autocross track right now. And we'll also have driverless acceleration. Let's hope they can do better in that one. This same track layout, of course, will also be reinstated for tomorrow for the driverless track drive. We've seen Milano in the last couple of years do quite well, so I really hope to see these guys do well again. Next up, Lund pushed up for their second run of the day. First time around, they basically only went straights. Okay, slightly to the right. Nevertheless, wrong direction overall to follow the track. And yeah, they were emergency braked after the first 10-15 meters. But there's always the second run to do it better. This is yeah, running pretty smooth, the queue system so far, so they're already set up, good to go. And we're going to wait for the run. Very, very, very tentative start, but we're picking up now that we've crossed the start line.
Yeah, it was leaning towards the right again, but it did correct itself and is running cleanly so far.
I feel like you can really cut the tension with a knife in the air right now. Collecting a couple of cones here in front of the grandstands, that is at least 3, yeah, and more cones as we exit the boundaries of the track. It's always a shame to see a car having to be stopped like that in the last run of the day. We made it about a third of the way in. Valiant attempt from Lund. Thanks for the applause. Definitely well deserved. Better luck for the track drive.
Next car is coming, please stay ready.
So it seems we're going to have a little break in the action. I think the cones have already been put back in their place. Lund is nearly recovered off the track. And looking at the queue, we have two newcomers, well, one sort of newcomer in Barcelona. They already were at the starting line, but took a little too long to set up. Just ahead of them in the first run queue, car number 78 from Hamburg and car number 31 from Munich coming for their second attempt.
So Christian carefully watching the stopwatch, whether Hamburg is staying within the allotted time limit to get set up. They have. And we're off. Sliding out of the first corner, immediately collecting a couple of cones. This looks very dynamic. Yeah, really sliding with oversteer through multiple corners now already. It's a little wiggle that almost destabilized it. This is looking very similar to Karlsruhe. Managed to keep it on the track though, impressively. Slide across the finish line. And a solid blue light, 25 seconds, here we go. 25.8. Couple of cones, so call it more like a 29, maybe?
I think it was definitely more than 2 cones, but for a first attempt, that is incredibly impressive.
And an impressive showing even with cones. Holy shit, if you can keep this clean for the second run, then this is going to be a great contender. Pushing up right behind them is Barcelona for, well, their first attempt. They timed out of the allowed preparation time previously.
Yeah, and they won't have too much extra time this time around either, because there are cars, well, just the one car, but one in each of the queues. We have car number 31 from Munich and 172 from Dortmund getting ready.
Yeah, based on that it's going to be their first run, I would expect Dortmund to be given the go-ahead before Munich. Let's hope Barcelona can get set up in time this time around.
Just over half an hour to go in this particular discipline. I think we might have seen the majority of the cars that do plan on participating in the Driverless Cup already, but quite a few of them have only done one run so far. So we should still see quite a bit of action, especially in the last half hour, last 20 minutes, as we always do.
I'm afraid that's bad news for Barcelona on their first run. The car was given the signal to get going, but didn't do so in time. So it's a different time limit that they exceeded this time around. Not the setup time, but the actual getting going time after everybody had already retreated. And this one, unfortunately, does count as a run. So they still have one more run remaining for the day, but yeah, this one counted as having gotten the opportunity to run. Next up, indeed, like I predicted, is Dortmund. Behind them probably will be Munich, and Wroclaw is back for their second run of the day too. Well then, Dortmund, we just heard on the official radio. Timekeeping is ready, Christian looks ready, the team looks ready. We hear the ready to drive sound, and we're across the start line. Definitely one of the more careful runs. Really sounds like there's a bit of a throttle oscillation going on in the car. It collects 2 cones here, and no, 3, 4 more here in front of the grandstands. The intentionally wider corner catching this car out. Not sure if that was another cone collected there or if it just fell off the car from the earlier incidents. I have 5 cones so far. into the last couple of corners of the track. The tightest part is passed. We're across the line. Now we're looking for that magic solid blue light. And we get it. 45-second run. Time on the board is the most important part. I think they will have 5 or 6 cones added to that at 2 seconds each. But still, congratulations, a successful run. And they can come back, of course, for a second time.
And coming back for the second time just before is car number 31 from Munich. And also in the second run queue, car number 160 from Wrocław and car number 111, Aristotle.
Right then, Munich falling victim to the same rule that, that Barcelona did for their first run. They took too much time to prepare for the run at the start line. This will not invalidate their run, but another team will be given the preference, and they basically have to queue again. Wrocław is up next for their second run of the day.
Look at the price.
All right then, looks like Wrocław is all set up for their second attempt. Orange flashing, we could be getting going any minute now. And indeed, we're across the start line.
And they do already have a valid time on the board, and I do think they're looking a little bit quicker this time.
Couple of cones, couple more cones on the other side of the track, right in front of the spectators here. Yeah, it's not going to be a time up there on the timing board, but still, the posted time is one of the most important things here for this event. Of course, it also determines part of the driving order for tomorrow, for the track drive, just like autocross does for endurance for the manual cars. We're across the finish line, so they've set a time. We have solid blue lights, that's great news. 44.44 seconds, yeah, that will be corrected by at least 10 cones. So their final time, corrected time, might be over a minute and a half. But nevertheless, impressive to complete a run here. Well done, guys. Pushing up right behind them, car number 111 from Aristotle. If I recall correctly, Igor, the first attempt that we saw from this team was unsuccessful. They couldn't get going.
If I take a quick look at our handy-dandy commentator form, or not the form, but a reminder for everybody, please do fill in the commentary form so we have something to say about you guys during the endurance. But indeed, looking at the timing sheet so far, Aristotle had a DNF on their first attempt. I don't remember if they set off and did not finish, or if they had an issue at the start. But in either case, let's hope they do complete a successful lap this time.
While Wrocław pushes off the track into the dreaded post-scruty box, Aristotle is all set up. They'll be waiting for the go-ahead from Christian to press the engage button. Ready to drive sound. A little wheel spin from the rear left at the very least, single tire fire. We're into the first corner, immediately collecting the outside cones. Almost, yeah, fully coming to a stop now. Solid blue flashing is an automatic DNF in a situation like this, so unfortunately no time for Thessaloniki in the driverless autocross. But still an achievement to have gotten the car going here for this event. Hopefully we'll see them again do better during the track drive.
And the queue is once again filling up. We have one car approaching the start line, car number 42 from Prague. And I do see Hamburg and Zurich returning for their second runs. They have been very, very quick, both of them so far. Let's see how they can manage on their second runs, if they can improve even further. And I see Too Fast still hoping to get their second run in. Of course, they had a little bit of an issue getting started in time. And in the first run queue, I see the car from Aachen, another new competitor joining us at the Driverless Autocross.
Yeah, Prague, of course, also had an impressive showing the first time around, but then based on technicality about the finishing of their run, were eventually DNF'd. So I have high hopes for this one as well, in terms of being a relatively competitive setup. Given that they managed to complete their first run, maybe they looked over some data, they were gone for a little bit, just to make sure that it all works correctly, but who knows, maybe they also managed to turn it up a little bit.
Yeah, just looking at their time, of course, in the timing board, you are going to see a DNF, but I do still see a 7-second split from the current top time, which is Hamburg at 25 seconds. So we would expect then to see Prague somewhere in the 30-second range, and hopefully even faster.
One of the more peculiar ready-to-drive sounds from the Prague car. We're off, pretty aggressive start. This drivetrain making a tremendous amount of noise compared to some of the other cars that we've heard running here today. Nothing to report as we head into the last couple of corners. Very clean run, looks fast. 30.27. Excellent time, and of course, most importantly, clean run.
From where I'm sitting, I do see 1 or 2 toppled yellow cones. I'm not sure if that is indeed due to Prague's car or if it might have been left over from somewhere else. But in any case, indeed, a very impressive run. And I do not see any issues with the finishing procedure this time around.
It's not solid.
So a new competitor at the starting line, car number 99 from Aachen.
Right then, Aachen lined up. One last look around from Christian. They've been given the go-ahead. Very aggressive start, immediately collecting a lot of cones both left and right of the track, and as the car missed the second corner, we rightfully so killed that run. That was not in control anymore. Sometimes we've seen if cars go slow enough that they do manage to find their way back to the track in such a situation. But yeah, we were heading off the racing line too fast for comfort in this case.
And we see now, we already talked a little bit about this, a lot of cars in the queue, but of course with the DV event there is always the risk that a car might go a little bit rogue, knock over a couple of cones, and then the recovery takes a while, setting up the cones takes a little bit longer, setting up the car for the run. So we might be running into that classic situation where maybe not everybody who is in the queue will get a run. Fortunately, there's only one car in the first run queue. That is car number 218 from Sevilla. So it seems everybody should be able to get at least one run in, or at least one attempt. And in the second run queue, we currently have Hamburg, Zurich, and DABW Stuttgart returning as well.
Yeah, given that we have just over 15 minutes of running left in this event, I would want to make a little bet that I don't think we will see all of the cars that are currently queued up make it out onto the track anymore. I would expect if Munich gets going, that indeed Sevilla will be given the go-ahead, and maybe Hamburg still has enough time, depending on the carnage that the runners before them cause or don't. Ready to drive, and across the line is Munich then. Well, TU Munich. This looks pretty smooth and fast, to be honest.
Yeah,
very planted. 3 cones collected though, and more on the outside. That's 4, a whole row. Going this fast, and the slightest error means that you're immediately collecting a lot of cones all in one go. Yeah, this is oh, that was so close. A very unclean run. They made it across the line with a solid blue light. Very, very nearly collected some of the timekeeping equipment. I think that would have made the guys in the van quite as nervous as I was. Yeah, 30.13 is not a bad time, but man, this is going to be at least another minute of cones added on top of that. So yeah, time on the board is a good thing, but this is not competitive.
Yeah, they improved on their first run by over 3 seconds, but again, yeah, with all the cones being considered, not sure that it will be an overall improvement. We don't, of course, remember how many cones there were on the first try. Uni Sevilla, car number 218, making their way to the starting line. And interestingly, looking at the Hamburg car, I see a cooling blanket on the rear. So maybe they're already preparing a little bit for pushing the car a little bit more, but in this heat, of course.
Yeah, we saw this from other teams in the dynamic area as well. These sort of rescue recovery blankets draped over the exposed carbon parts of the car, probably in an attempt to keep the computers as cool as possible and to keep any glued connections from delaminating in this heat. I don't think we've reached the peak temperature for the day today yet, but man, it's going to be a scorcher for today and tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think what we were talking about earlier with the queue might be already coming to pass, because I do see cars number 172 and 124 trying to join the queue to have a run, but are now leaving and being pushed back. Or perhaps it is just car number 172 and Talon will still attempt to rejoin. In any case, looking to the starting line, car number 218, Sevilla, their first attempt.
Yeah, 13 minutes left in this event, and I'm getting the sinking feeling that time might be running out for Sevilla.
Yeah, I think time might be running out for some of the teams in the back of the queue as well. I think the pace it's going at right now is taking a conservative 5 minutes per team, which means we might have time for 2, if we're stretching it, 3 more runs, depending on if Sevilla can get going. Hopefully they can. And if they do, then after their run, we might then still see Hamburg and Zurich go for their second attempts, and those are the ones that I'm sure everybody wants to see, as those are the top 2 times we have seen at FSG 2026 today.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Sevilla was still taking the time to drape the driver restraints nicely inside of the cockpit opening. Looks like they managed to get set up in time to Christian's satisfaction. Already hearing the classic chanting from the Mediterranean teams that we were referring to earlier. I think people are really excited for this Sevilla run. That did not go far. We're trying to make it back to the track, but now we're driving backwards. Yeah, an attempt was made. Well done, Sevilla. We've crossed the starting line. You can, of course, still try and queue in the second run queue again, but I'm afraid this is going to be the last that we see from them here for the autocross event. So ready for their second run is Hamburg. First run, of course, was super flamboyant. Fortunately, they collected quite a few cones, but had an extremely fast time. This again looks pretty fast.
I think it looks more conservative than the first run, but also much cleaner.
Yeah, this was a problem section last time around. They were very fast and quickly collecting cones that way, but we're already in the last couple of corners. Across the line, and a solid blue light. Hey, that was rapid, 25.99 seconds.
And I don't think I saw a single cone being hit. I think that was a completely clean run.
Yeah, big cheers from I think the team members here in the grandstands. This was nice to see.
Yeah, I think Zurich now has their work cut out for them. I'm not sure if Zurich did clip any cones on their first run.
Yeah, I don't think it was a clean run if I recollect correctly. Maybe if we really hurry up, we might still see one more car after Zurich.
I think at the pace Zurich was going the first time around, I think we might even have time for 2. Of course, it depends on whether the officials decide that you need to have been out of the queue and at the start line at 12:30, or if you need to have already started going at 12:30.
Based on the rules, any car that hasn't gotten a green flag or equivalent won't be allowed a run after the gong, which will sound at exactly 12:30. Hamburg managed to get off the track nice and quick. And Zurich is also, looks like almost ready to retreat. So yeah, who knows? Maybe Stuttgart and Tallinn will get lucky. Dortmund behind them, and Aachen, Sevilla, and Barcelona, I think. I don't think will be quite so fortunate. Car is charged already. Everybody's getting to a safe place. Now I'm curious to see how far they turned it up compared to their first run. A cleaner run would be nice to start with. Slight hesitation in terms of the exact direction it wants to go off the starting line. Taking it really close to the outside cones here in front of the grandstands. One cone went flying, another two blue ones on the outside, another blue one, so this is at least 4 cones so far. Again, not a clean run. While it is the fastest time of the day at 24.84, yeah, the cones basically guarantee that this is not going to be a too competitive time for them to really be in the top spot.
I think their first attempt, even including the cones, might still be sub 30 seconds.
Yeah, and then with the cones now, this will push them beyond 30 seconds. So yeah, first run overall corrected time is still faster.
Allegedly.
Indeed, any cones that we report are never as official, or never official at all. What counts is what the timing sheet says that is published, usually at the end of the day that the discipline occurs on. Now then, Stuttgart scrambling to get everything set up in time. That looked neat and tidy. Zurich is already recovered as well. So yeah, it's looking pretty good, barring any calamities from Stuttgart for Tallinn to still be granted a run. It's getting pretty tight for Dortmund though. Again, briefly aiming for the timing equipment on the starting line. And now very tentatively maneuvering the course. We're already dragging 2 cones under the front wing right now.
Yeah, one has been deposited, one is stuck just in front of the side wing behind the front right wheel. But no more cone calamities so far.
It really feels like the car is desperately trying to finish this run, really holding itself back before every corner, just to make sure it really navigates all the cones correctly. And the last straightaway, hitting the final markers for the start-finish line. But it's a solid blue light. That should be a valid run for them, barring any post-scrutineering calamities. Yes, they've collected cones, but again, we've said this before, we'll say it again. A time on the board is what you really, really want for the Driverless Cup.
And it looks like Tallinn might still get to go. The cones are already nearly fixed by the red shirt marshals. Thank you guys for your hard work out in the sun. And definitely a lot of clenching and unclenching going on in the timekeeping vans.
But besides the little kerfuffle that we had on the test track, we haven't had any crashes just yet. That's a good thing, that's what we want to see. Resetting the timekeeping always takes a little bit more time, and that wastes time that could otherwise be spent whittling down the queue.
I think if they can get going very quickly, and if they drive very quickly, and if they don't clip too many cones, maybe Dortmund might still be able to make it to their second run, but looking less and less likely by the second, unfortunately.
I'm also looking at a maybe dejected face from the autonomous system responsible from Tallinn. He's very nervously looking at the dashboard and some of his team members that are probably in the dynamic area behind us.
And Christian is keeping his eye on the stopwatch. And it does seem like the...
Yeah, it's thumbs up, I think.
Indeed.
What little issue they were carrying was resolved. Of course, a bit of an unfortunate showing in their first run. As the probably last runner of today, let's make this one count, Tallinn. So the autonomous system is engaged. There is a time limit, like what we saw before, not just for setting up, but also for getting going. And I think we exceeded that. That might be the reason that they aborted, pressed the shutdown button. And now we have an interesting situation. If Dortmund can get going in time, then Tallinn might not have in fact been the last runner of the day.
That was unfortunately the second attempt for Tallinn, so 2 DNFs for them, not managing to set a valid autonomous autocross time. Let's see, maybe, just maybe, Dortmund might still be able to get in, but less than a minute to go. 20 seconds indeed, in fact.
Yeah, this is never the fun part. Pushing the car in a hurry, out on the infield here, no clouds in the sky, 35 plus degrees. And that's the gong, that means it's 12:30. And we're hearing over the official radio what we were already expecting. Dortmund hadn't gotten the go-ahead signal, which means, as strictly dictated by the rules, this has been it for the Driverless Autocross from FSG 2026. Of course, the results from today will determine the running order in the track drive event tomorrow, and we will have more driverless action in the acceleration and skid pad later this afternoon. So thank you everybody in the grandstands for your cheering on of your favorite team. It was a great atmosphere from you guys. Thank you to everybody watching online. We will see you after lunch.